to order and verify quorum. President Haskey? Ms. Aspas? Mr. Soul? Mr. Montoya? And myself. We have a quorum. Would one of you young ladies offer us a pledge of allegiance? When she's finished, when they are finished, can I have a volunteer for an opening prayer?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do I have a volunteer for a prayer? Our kind Heavenly Father, humbly at this time we bow our heads in prayer and thank Thee for the opportunity we have of being here. We thank Thee for the opportunity we have of representing this school district and being able to have the trust of the constituents placed in us to bring about the education of our youth in a productive and effective manner. We ask for Thy Spirit to be here with us this evening. These things we say humbly in the name of Thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Next, it calls for a agenda review. We'll take 3 minutes for that. Any comments or alterations on the agenda?
Make a motion to approve the agenda as stated.
It's been
I second.
moved and seconded to approve the agenda as stated, as posted. President Haskey,
Yes.
Ms. Aspas, Mr. Montoya,
Yes.
what's his name? Mr. Soul, and I approve it. Item 2A, comments from the audience. We'll first hear from Shiprock FFA and then from Kirtland FFA.
Can you use a thumbs up?
Good evening, Board President, Board members, and CCSD personnel. I would like to introduce to you our District 1 President, State Vice President for the State New Mexico FFA, Sakari Frazier, is a State FFA officer, and she's going to talk to you a little bit about her position.
Yate she Sakari Frazier Yinisha Adona Enish Linigi A bit Acne Ninshle Techini A Bashichin Hotana A Dashiche Nana Kinsachini A Dashinale Akot Ego E Edzan Ninshle Setakun Denasha. Hello everyone, my name is Sakari Frazier. I am a senior at Shiprock High School and I live in Mitten Rock, New Mexico. I am a now 4th year member in FFA at Shiprock chapter, and I was elected as a District 1 President, State Vice President. My duties are to advocate and be the representative for District 1. So the District 1 covers all the schools around here from Cuba to Grant to Bernalillo. And I'll be the one representing all of them as well as the State Vice President. So I will be representing part of the state at the national level as well. Oh, and Monday morning I'll be flying to Washington, D.C. to go to the State Officer Summit, where we'll learn about the legislative experience and meet other state officers from all around the country. And yeah. Oh, I show livestock at the county fair in Farmington, as well as at national shows when fairs around here. I show market steers, market heifers. I show lambs, goats, and swine. And I'm a part of the 4-H as well. As well as, I also do these career development events in FFA, which is I've done agriculture mechanics, livestock judging, and veterinary science. And for my leadership development events, I have done extemporaneous speaking, Green Hen Creed, ag issues, and it's called job interview. That's what we call it. And that's really all. I come from an agricultural background. I'm a 6th generational farmer. And yeah, really excited to meet you all. Oh, and this is the rest of my chapter. One is a district officer and the 2 are chapter officers.
Yater shiket doshit dinesh et nawaiki inisha torechini nishle ketachini bashichin na kerene dashiche betani dashinele. Hi, my name is Nalani Key. I am the District 1 Vice President, and this is my third year being in FFA. I don't really come from an agriculture background, but I participate in it. I do events with CDE such as vet science and horticulture. I also do LDEs for creed speaking and public speaking. And I also got the chance to attend the Next Gen conference about a couple weeks ago to Minneapolis, which was food processing and products, which we got the chance to tour around different facilities that has to do with the food environment, what they process, how they help the whole economy around and help the people get the food they need. Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm Tanisha Dick. I'm the Shiprock chapter vice president, and this is my 3rd year in FFA. Oh, my bad. This is my 4th year in FFA, and I really like it. I compete for CDEs. I compete in livestock judging, vet science, and agricultural mechanics. And for LDEs, I did extemp speaking, public speaking, and green hand. I do come from an agricultural background, and yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samantha Shorty. I am the chapter reporter for Shiprock FFA chapter. I don't have the agricultural background at all. I just decided to join it one day. For CDEs, I do vet science, horticulture, and food science. And for LDEs, I did extemporaneous, public speaking, and green hen quiz. This is my 2nd year in FFA as well.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I just want to congratulate you, young ladies. All of you are awesome for what you do. Keep it up. All it's going to do is strengthen your character and your person as an individual to move forward. So good for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further? Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys.
I will go ahead and let you know that Sakari Frazier is our 3rd state FFA officer from Shiprock FFA chapter. In the years that I've been there, and we have 1 American FFA degree, and there are 2 or 3 more coming up within the next year or 2 to get their American FFA degree. And we appreciate all your support. Thank you.
Congratulations and thank you.
Standing.
Who's representing Kirtland?
Good evening. My name is Zane Webster. I am the Kirtland agriculture teacher, and just like Vicky, we wanted to kind of highlight some of our accomplishments the past year. We started off county fair last year. Kirtland had 5 out of the 8 champions at the county fair, and that's part of the reason we're here tonight, as we want to invite all of you guys to the county fair. In Kirtland, we have just over 60 animals, large livestock being exhibited, and just under 50 small stock from 12 exhibitors. So we're really excited. It starts August 11th and goes through August 17th. And just like Sakari said, she'll be exhibiting her animals there as well. So we hope you guys can come out and watch the kids. We can send you a more detailed schedule if you guys would like. But it's a great opportunity. It's kind of these kids' Super Bowl. So we really hope to see them actually help with some of the productions. And we do indoor fireworks and laser shows and everything else to try and make the kids feel special and let them know that agriculture isn't just about, you know, sows and cows, but it's a future of science and a lot more that they can go into and really grow. Kirtland FFA also had 5 state champions this year. We won illustrated presentation on the junior high level, and in the agri-science fair, we took 4 projects, and 4 projects were state champions, and 2 were ranked gold, which is very, very hard to do, including Heath right here. And both those gold individual projects will be advancing on to the national competition in Indianapolis, Indiana, which is the largest youth convention in the world. Last year we went and there was just over 74,000 kids. These kiddos will be competing with kids from all over the nation, Puerto Rico, some other territories as well. Logan McCabe, he's not here tonight, and a few of our other winners as well. He's actually the first district officer in Kirtland, and I believe over 20 years. So he's representing District 1 as well for the entire district up here. We grew, I think our chapter last year, we had 6 affiliated members, and now we're up to 90. So that's hopefully a good progression. Right now at the school farm, we have just over 30 animals, around 37. And we actually were able to, the gift of some of the animals you guys approved last fall, we actually were able to give those lambs to first-year showmen. So kids that weren't able to afford to get into the project were gifted those animals for free on behalf of Kirtland FFA, and you guys as well for helping approve that donation. So we're doing really good things, and we're really excited. And I'd like Mr. Heath just for a second to talk about his gold level project that will be advancing to the national level. There you go.
Hello, my name is Heath Finch of the Kirtland FFA chapter, and I've been in the Kirtland FFA chapter for 1 year. For my CDs, I've done horticulture, vet science, and livestock judging. And for my LDs, I've only done opening ceremonies and illustrated talk. This year for my gold medal, I did a project on anti-rodeo. It's named This Isn't My First Anti-Rodeo. It's about student athletes who do rodeo and how they feel about people who protest about rodeo and say it's bad and everything like that. And I'm trying to get it out there that rodeo's not a bad sport, and that animals and contestants are doing what they like and what their favorite thing is to do in the world, and that it can be very supportive.
All right, good job, Heath. Yeah, we just wanted to further extend our invite to the county fair, August 11th through the 17th. A lot of the grand drives, which hopefully a lot of our kids will be a part of, we're very, very competitive, so we want to sweep the fair, and I think we have a very good shot with the CCSD kids. So we're really hoping that you guys can come out and support and see these kids in this room and beyond be big time winners and go on to the state fair. When's the state fair? September 7th through 17th, I believe. We'll be participating in the Red Barn, the Ronald McDonald Red Barn, which is to teach people in Albuquerque about agriculture, where their food comes from, and why it's important to support agriculture because it puts the clothes on our back. We'll also be preparing booths. Shiprock FFA was actually the state champions last year. Vicky's very modest, but they were state champions and won very easily, representing our agriculture that we produce here on the Navajo Nation. As well as we'll have animals showing at the state fair as well, and hopefully very competitively. We have kids from all over the country, or all over the state, and it's very, very, very competitive. There'll be over 500 lambs, and only I think 20 make the sale, and last year we had 2 qualify to make the sale. So it's an extremely hard thing to do, and Sakari, again, she made the sale at the state fair. We're showing against cattle that are $50,000 to $75,000 as babies. And here in Shiprock, New Mexico, we're hanging with the best of them. And here in Kirtland, we're hanging with the best of them. And one last thing, I would like to highlight Vicki again. She's our district director for District 1. She's the New Mexico Ag Education Teachers Association board member. and she just retired off the Board of Trustees and been a really good mentor to me. So Vicky's been awesome for my first year, and I'm very blessed to have her as a mentor, and we're very blessed to have her in this district. So thank you.
Comment?
Thank you.
No, I just have a comment. Back.
Go ahead.
Superintendent, we need to do everything we can to make sure that these young people are not just honored, but certainly put out in social media pages that we have to get the people out in the communities to support them. They do a wonderful job, and Ms. Lake knows that and understands that this board truly supports them in their efforts. And I certainly would like to see the district do whatever they can to make sure that they get the notoriety that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Appreciate it.
Continuing on, we have board member report. Do we have any board member that?
We have a comment from Vice President Asmus.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Vice President.
I appreciate, if I'm not forgotten, my speaking is not working. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
we can.
Okay, I just turned that speaker off on the laptop, but just wanted to tell Miss Lake that I really appreciate everything she does, and you know, and keeping those programs going. And as we all know, that you know, our students are outstanding, and it's just given the opportunity. And so I really appreciate her sticking it out, and then also the new person for coming and helping with our students, you know, helping them to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the board that would like to report? President Haskey?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
We're on to board member reports. I'm asking if you have a report for us.
I do. This weekend or the latter part of last week, Friday and Saturday, we attended the New Mexico School Board Association Leadership Retreat. In that retreat, there are several things that came up in our training. One of them was Senate Bill 137, which really pertains to policies that we definitely have to review as a board in regards to public comments and other interactions with the public during board meetings. Another area that we will have to look at is
You faded out, President.
I'm sorry, at the next board meeting, we'll have to or get more information from board attorneys so that we can get familiar with those items and make sure our policies reflect those changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other reports from the board? I have none.
Vice President Asmus, do you have a report?
I can't really hear what it's all.
So they're calling for board member reports if you'd like to report.
Okay. Yeah, I really think we need to have this person that did a session, a breakout session here at the conference we attended, and his presentation was on the McKinney-Vento, and and I'm trying to look for his name, but anyway, I do have the his presentation, but his whole presentation was on the McKinney-Vento, and showed how through the years the funding for it, and it is disgusting. And I really think if we could have that as a presentation, and he asked people if how much they knew about the McKinney-Vento, and I believe board member Montoya was in the boardroom, and I'd like for him to kind of go over. It's hard for me to speak. If he would.
Sure, Mr. Montoya doesn't mind.
Okay, I'm gonna state something first before I move on to that, and regards to the board comments. I know there was a lot of questions also about Title IX, because I was sitting in that one. And myself and a couple of individuals are really grilling the presenters, certainly not being combative, but challenging the changes in the policy. And I had even asked about the challenges across the country that other states are posing to the federal statutes and the change of language within Title IX. And obviously we received a notice from the policy services regarding that, and obviously we're going to have to adhere to what they stated because of the challenges at the federal level and within the different states as well too, because there's certainly a lot of questions regarding the federal application of the law and the changes in the law and the language itself. So if any of you have heard about the Title IX and the change in the language, at this point in time, we're going to have to stay as it is, basically, with the current law until the court has determined what the outcome is on some of the other decisions. Now, regarding to what Ms. Aspas has stated about McKinney-Vento and how that funding occurs, for a lot of people, they didn't know or understand, one, our personal circumstance within the district and how our economic circumstance has affected our homeless population, and two, how that money is distributed. Don't have a mic on, but you know what happened there. So anyway, there is a distribution from the federal level where that money comes down to from McKinney-Vento, and how it's distributed. As an example, CCSD received, I believe it was $15,000 to service our students, and the number went from 200 to over 700. That's a drop in the bucket for the homeless students. And how they distribute that, again, to her point of disgusting, that it's really inequitable, and the multipliers that the state uses or even the federal government uses does not justify adequate funding for those programs, because as we all know, it's a lot more expensive to service and educate homeless students. So therefore, we stated, and I said it aptly to a lot of the people that were in there, that it's the state legislature and the governor's office that really needs to look at how they do that. and the impact of their decisions on our students, directly impacting our students, especially up here, because our circumstances are much different than Albuquerque or Gallup, Las Cruces, or even Santa Fe for that matter. So therefore, any change in student population, especially with the homeless, we have to pay for that. And the funding that is provided is completely and totally inadequate. So I think that some of that night, she's absolutely right to have Mr. Carlos Padilla, who did the presentation, to come up here and express that to the community, because I think that's very important for them to understand. So that way, not just the board, but the community can go down to Santa Fe and raise their concerns, as you all have the right to do, especially the young students out there. Use that voice that you have. Don't be afraid. But that's kind of part of it. And again, I agree with her. At some point in time, we need to invite Mr. Padilla up here to the board and do a presentation for us and our communities. Other than that, I have nothing else. Oh, except that I know we've discussed, and Superintendent, I'm going to ask you a question. Where are we with the junior ROTC program at Shiprock? Have we satisfied or found anybody?
We have not.
Okay.
And we're in a very precarious situation at this point in time, I believe.
I may have found a different avenue to be able to do that, and I will forward that information to you.
Thank you.
Other than that, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Secretary Wells, may I speak?
Go ahead, Ms. Aspas.
Okay, I think I finally figured this out. That's one presentation, and the second, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to wait. I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll move on then. Superintendent report.
Ms. Apps is okay on that? She was finished?
She said she'd have to wait.
Okay. She can join if she needs to anytime. Yesterday I planned on talking a little bit about something Mr. Montoya referred to. And then I saw an article in the paper, and I think they do a better job of actually really bringing it out. I hope all of you have a chance to read a little bit about what happened with the closure of San Juan Generating Station with our district and the finances of our district. I think for some people it seems kind of boring. They don't want to hear about it, but it's really important that everybody understands, you know, really what happened, how the plants closed as early as they did, how we were made promises by the Public Regulatory Commission, and how those promises, also by PNM, those promises haven't fully come through, and our district has had hardship. Not only don't we have the replacement resources, but as Mr. Montoya mentioned, we've lost scores, if not hundreds, of students based on, I believe, the one power plant with the mines. According to the article, there are probably 1,500 jobs that were lost. And so that hurts the district in terms of funding. If we lost 200 students, the state funds us for about $6,000 a student. That's $1.2 million just right there, just for a couple hundred students. So if you have the chance, it's in the Tri-City Record. I'm not trying to advertise for the Tri-City Record or anything, but it's a really good article, and Vice President Aspas does have a quote in there that's excellent.
Can we post the one that was in the Albuquerque Journal as well on the district website? Because I don't think very many people had actually access to that one too, because they speak to the same thing.
Absolutely. We can put both those. We can put links to both those if we do that, Jared. What I would instead rather talk about just real quickly, I got an email today that talked a little bit about school accountability. So I just want to kind of to go back and talk about that just real quick. I want to make sure everybody understands there is a focus. The board is asking me, telling me to make sure that our students are scoring higher on state tests and they're learning at high levels. And our state also has a push in that direction, more so than we've had in the recent past. Just to bring everybody back a little bit, before our current governor was in place, there was a grading system that was A through F grading system. And some people really appreciated that grading system. Some folks didn't like it. If you're a principal under that time, you deal with it. And so that's just what you have, and you hope your school does the best at educating students as possible, and you want to see the best school grade, because that's what people see when they see that. Now they've changed the system. Governor Lujan Grisham, when she came in, she did away with the school grading system, which made people kind of think that, well, school accountability must be going away somehow. But it hasn't, and it's, especially in the last couple of years, there's really been more of a push toward making some changes. And the first of those changes has been with the number of instructional hours. Everybody knows that the instructional hours this last year went from, at the elementary level, I think 1080 or so where it was, to 1,140. So they increased. The theory is, if you're in a seat and you're listening to things like you all are, that you're absorbing, the longer you're here, the more you'll absorb, right? So if we keep kids in school longer for more hours, they'll learn more. Well, that was done by the legislature this last year. Now the public education department has decided, you know what, we want to get into the action. We want more. That's not enough. So we're going to make everybody go 180 days. So our district adopted a calendar that goes 180 days. That particular calendar could actually have been changed. We didn't change it because there was an injunction on that 180-day rule, because there's a lawsuit against that 180-day rule by many districts across the state, including ours, that have joined with the Superintendent's Association. Once that does come to pass, if it does, that's more seat time. So that's another way that the state has tried to make sure that we're held accountable for student success. And then I got the email today, and so this one, the PED is collecting feedback on a proposed plan to address ESSA, which is in Title I. And there's some mandates from the federal government that we have to do certain things, but there's a new proposal for students or for schools that are in MRI status, which is called more rigorous interventions. And so for those students, or for those schools, sorry about that, for more rigorous intervention, they've changed some of the what they can do when they come into those schools. So I'm going to read this to you because I just got this a couple hours ago, really. In accordance to current state administrative code, cases of persistent failure, schools failing to exit MRI status after 3 years, the NMPED will require more forceful restructuring. So there's some options they'll give you. Thank you, Ms. Conley, for these. I don't really like them, but here they are. The first one is close the school. So if a school is under MRI for 3 or more years, that's the first thing that's listed, close the school. Restart the school, which basically means redoing everything, and I think there's probably a description of what that plan means. The third possibility is remove the board. The fourth possibility is remove the superintendent. So obviously there's some teeth to that proposal, and I don't know what folks think about that, but I'm just telling you that, from my perspective, the state is really sort of doubling down. The governor has talked about it a lot. She doesn't want to leave office, whenever that may be, being 50th in education or 49th in education. So, I mean, whether you agree with the way we're going about it or disagree, or you have other ideas, the whole point is we want our kids to be first, certainly not 50th. And so just to kind of sum up on that, they mean business. That's why here at CCSD this coming year, we're going to do our best. In schools, we're going to bring those schools up who are consistently scoring lower. We need to really focus on those schools. The state's helping us. They're giving us funding to do that. Just real quick, there's 2 areas we're really going to focus on. The first one is student engagement. Everybody knows I go into classrooms. When I go into classrooms, I see disengagement. No offense to any teachers who are maybe in the room, but I see more disengagement than I do engagement. Those of you who are students, shake your head yes, because you know what I'm talking about. When I go into classrooms, disengagement basically means students not connected with their learning or really not that involved with it. Engagement means that there's interplay between the students and what they're learning and the instructor, and I want to see more of that throughout our district. So that's huge. And the other is rigor. Sometimes when I walk in a classroom, the assignments, they're basically, read this and write a couple things you think about it. Engagement's important, but rigor needs to increase. So engagement and rigor, those are going to help address some of those areas that we need to work on. And we expect to see growth. The board expects to see growth. Otherwise, we're going to have to look at some of those options that I just talked about. Anyway, that's all I have for my report. Hopefully that didn't sound too negative, but just let you know where we're headed.
Any comment from the board? Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Reports. Hey, San Juan College Indigenous Teacher Residency Program by Tia Johnson.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening. Yad She'e Tia Johnson, Yanisha, Ashihan Nishle, Tapaha Bashishin, Bidani Lashiche, Toribajadashinale, Dagal Garden, Nasha, Totate, Shiran. San Juan College, did Namish. I am introducing myself as the newest member of San Juan College's teacher education program. I'm here with my colleague, Karen McKay, who's the lead instructor. She's my personal cheerleader. So in our program, this position that I'm entering is a brand new program. We're in our pilot year. Our director has done a phenomenal job of laying the groundwork for the program. And what it is a residency for teachers. So with that, I'm going to give an overview of the program and my role and how it will impact our communities in a positive way, and most importantly, how we can collaborate and give everyone in the community of Central Consolidated Schools a picture of what this will look like in the upcoming year, because this is not a proposal, it is an update on the program. This program has been approved already. With that, there are slides adjoining my presentation on the board, and board members, you do have a copy of this as well. So can you go back to the first slide real quick? Thank you. So about New Mexico residencies. So as one of the state's original residency programs, we are very proud to have been part of the reason New Mexico received this prestigious grant. Very few projects are funded the first time they apply, and most projects start early phase grants. Getting this grant is a testament to all the work that preparation programs have done to develop quality residency partnerships, and we are excited to grow residencies across the state. Okay, next slide. New Mexico Residencies is a key pillar in the New Mexico Public Education Department's commitment to ensure that every student in the state has access to well-prepared teachers who reflect their own cultural, linguistic, and demographic backgrounds. The state is building an integrated educator preparation system that creates on-ramps into the profession for everyone, from high school students to career changers. And those are notated in the color wheel that you see on the screen. With the intention of providing every aspiring teacher with a paid full-year teacher residency before they are hired as teachers of record. This transformation of the state's preparation ecosystem will take several years, but already New Mexico Residencies is preparing more than a quarter of the state's new teachers. So in summary, San Juan College is implementing a residency at the beginning of a teacher preparation program. Compared to a doctor who receives their residency at the end of their schooling, we do not use that system, or this is the first year we're trying out something new because we want educators to have a soft landing into the field. I've been a member of, I've gone through the alternative licensure program myself at San Juan College, and I can tell you that it was very difficult to be a first-year teacher with no education classes and teaching a month of school with no background whatsoever. But I succeeded in that. I've taught for about 6 years, and I decided to step away from the teaching field because this position opened up and I saw a need for someone from the community to really contribute in this area. So that's why I'm here. Next slide, please. So the true component of the state and districts and our college institution is to work together. The collaboration is between these three stakeholders in order to co-design programs such as Grow Your Own. And I know that's being implemented in Newcomb High School at the moment. So we're trying to recruit people from the community and start that in the high school at some point, and so they can become teachers in their own community. And that's what happened to me. I'm a graduate of Kirtland Central High School, went to college, and then I came back here. Thank you. And we would also like to integrate their college coursework with field level experiences. So during their coursework, the teachers do provide or create a portfolio of their experiences in the classroom in order to successfully graduate from the program in their final year. The main goal is for all of these collaborators to create teacher residencies that meet high quality preparation standards and district staffing needs. And so that's also one of the reasons why I'm here. We want to build high quality, locally responsive, sustainable pathways into the profession. So I do have meetings scheduled with our San Juan College and CCSD leadership team for the residency, and we will be discussing where those needs are, which schools could benefit from the residencies the most, and I'll be getting into why that is and how the benefits affect our community. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so investment in residents both stabilizes and diverses the teacher workforce. Research from across the country indicates residency graduates are much more likely to stay in teaching, and they are also more likely to reflect the demographics of the students they serve. So as you draw your eye from the left of the screen, we have several different candidates who join our program. Some of them are already staff within the school, such as EAs or ITs or TAs, however you want to describe them, but they are not teachers of record, or paraprofessionals is another common word to describe them. College seniors and career changers with bachelors, and that's where I fell into. I did not go to school for education, but I was recruited with a degree in another field. And so that's where alternative licensure comes in, because we have candidates who already have their bachelor's degree who are seeking a career change. And then the outcome of training them and investing in their future is to get these well-qualified district hires. So as you can see, we have a lot more teachers who are from the same background as their community, and I think that's the main takeaway here. Next slide, please. All right, and all this is information from New Mexico Public Education Department, who paired with a national organization called Prepared to Teach. So the slides that I'm showing you come directly from New Mexico PED, where I was trained in a mentorship program this past summer. So what they're sharing here is how teacher residencies will use the legislative funding to provide residents with a $35,000 one-year stipend. Now, here at CCSD, we have a special arrangement with them to increase that to the starting level salary of a entering teacher, which is about $54,000. So as we're providing our local community members with that benefit to live, by comfortable means, those teachers are more likely to stay in the area and be more satisfied in their career. Some districts have found ways to create special resident hiring lines, and they offer benefits and sometimes additional pay. So it is our hope that CCSD will also provide benefits for our candidates, just like a full-time faculty would. All residents are enrolled in integrated coursework at a partnering college or university, so that's us at San Juan College, and they receive their level 1 teacher license at the end of our program. So our program is 3 years, and I'll go into more detail about what that looks like, but our program also will commit the residents to follow through their employment for 3 years after they've graduated. So that's a total of about 6 years that you have this one person in the community. And that's enough time really to get an expert teacher who knows that they want to stay in the profession. If it weren't for this position at San Juan College, I probably would have still been teaching. So in addition to the residents being able to hone their craft in the classroom alongside a highly skilled mentor teacher, these PK-12 students benefit from having 2 committed adults working together to support their learning in their classroom. So what does that look like? Go ahead and go to the next slide. So what we're going to be using is a co-teaching model. And after I go through these statistics, I'll explain what the co-teaching model is. But New Mexico residencies are going to improve the number of certified and well-prepared teachers that we have in the field. So 66% of residences identify as people of color. So majority of those people do not have the same equitable access to education, as it is expensive and displaces them from their homes. But as a resident receiving the stipend and those support structures, they are more likely to succeed from this. 92% of these candidates have graduated on time, and right now 8 state colleges and universities are participating in New Mexico residency so far, ours being one of them. And what's incredible is that these institutions prepare 75% of the state's new teachers. So as you know, there is a high teacher turnover rate in our area and nationally. Half of the districts in the state have already hosted residents. So even though we're such a large state, many other school districts are committed to this and following through with it on their end. The number of projected residences continue to rise from fewer than 40 before paid residences were established in 2022 to 23 to nearly 300 last year. And this year we anticipate nearly 400. Okay, go ahead and go to the next slide, please. Slide 8. Thank you. I'll skip over that one. So I know I've talked a lot, I've lectured, but I'll just leave you with this video. But before I go into that, I would like to explain co-teaching, because you're going to see that in the video. So co-teaching is short for collaborative teaching. What this means is not only having 2 adults in the classroom, but you have 2 well-prepared adults who have gone through the same training. So all across the state, there are co-teachers who receive training in mentorship and being a mentee. What that allows the new residents to have is this equitable experience where they're receiving on-the-spot training before they're released to the wolves, essentially, before they're on their own. So this is for all teachers, K through 12. These residency programs that are being used across the state require all first-year resident teachers to use co-teaching. So it's not just having 2 adults in the classroom, it's having structured strategized lessons where these teachers are giving the student more attention. If you think about your experience in the classroom and you had a great question, or you wanted a teacher to come check on something, but they're busy working with another student, especially another student with high needs, you can have the second teacher assist you because they are equally knowledgeable and they have received certified training in those strategies to work with this other teacher, where they're not butting heads, where they're getting along with one another, and they're undergoing the process of co-planning, co-teaching, and then self-reflecting. So all of the structures that we put into at San Juan College are going to benefit our community because we have come up with a program that fully supports co-teaching and what that looks like in our community. So the collaborative nature of the program helps teachers develop their skills in a real-world setting without risking their comfortability and confidence because they'll be in there with a mentor. Okay, great. Yes, the video will take you to a link, and that's perfectly fine. You may play it.
We have a lot of students that cross the border every day to come to school. I know what they've been through. I was raised in Mexico and I was born here in the United States. I decided I want to be a teacher because I want to make an impact in the students.
Mexico has a high volume of teachers. You call any district and they need teachers.
Domestics and programs, probably one of the most important decisions and investments the legislature has.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I want you to just reflect on that last portion of the video, how the program will diversify the profession, because that's what we need in our area. We need local, culturally responsive individuals who know the community and know how to best serve our students, who don't live the traditional lives of somebody in the city or, 60 miles north of us. So I'm looking forward to working with everybody, and we have regular meetings scheduled with my stakeholders here at CCSD, and I'm more than happy to come anytime to answer any questions and provide you updates and data as well as we near the end of the academic year, because this program is not researched highly. Only one university at St. Cloud State, which is in Wisconsin, has actual data, because the program is very new across the country. So we are doing our data, collecting it at the same time other institutions are. So it's very new, and we thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
I just talking to it? Okay. Board members, do you have any questions?
No questions, just a comment. I just appreciate the fact that the state of New Mexico is doing that. I know I've had conversations with people and done some research regarding apprenticeship programs, educational apprenticeship programs. And at least this is a really good start for the state of New Mexico to try to encourage and develop educators for their local communities. So thank you.
Yeah. Vice President Aspis, Board Member So, do you have any questions? Are they on? Are they on? If there aren't any further questions, thank you for your report. Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So on something like that, especially coming from the state, it would really be nice, instead of it'd be nice if you go through that program and then be guaranteed by the state, not the districts, of that kind of salary.
Yes, ma'am. It is a collaborative effort that has been discussed with our director before I came on board. So these discussions were happening January to March of this year. And we're very fortunate to have CCSD be really invested and want to put their dollars towards funding the program. It definitely wasn't a guaranteed number, but it was a generous expectation that they gave us, so we can give that to our residents.
Yeah, and I really want to see the follow-through documentation that is collaborative, or because it seems like there's things that are suggested, mandated from state, and yet they go unfunded. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you. And if anyone is interested, mentors who are teachers that are listening, or any new teachers who are interested in the program, I have left my cards with everybody here, and I will be in contact with you at San Juan College if you are interested in the program. I do have flyers if anyone in the audience wants to take one as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Now we will move on to B, welcome back to school year 2024-2025, update by superintendent.
Yeah, hopefully this is the most recent. I'm not going to look at that. I have one up here on my screen. I want to make sure. I'm going to say just a few things about it and then take some questions from the board. Again, saying thank you to Tia and her colleague from San Juan College. I think that's fantastic. I think we're going to get some great teachers out of the program. We do begin school on August 1st. Our teachers are welcomed back on August 1st. This year, when the PED came about and said 180 days for everybody, that kind of altered our schedule, and it made it so that we couldn't have the days that we had last year So instead of 7 days for professional development, we only have 5 throughout the entire school year. And we wanted to make sure that we had 2 of them at another time. So if you look at this, there are only 3 days of teacher preparation before school begins. I think most educators will tell you that's not enough, right? But those educators that, I'm not gonna call anybody forward and call anybody out, but will also tell you that they probably put in quite a few more hours than just are on here for the most part. Most teachers do. So what we've done is we've listened to our communities about what we've had in the past, and we also have to listen to our union and our teachers as to what they would like. So for those 3 days, I've heard from board members in the last couple of years that especially they would really like to see kind of a meeting where all staff can hear the same thing, can hear the same message. So we're gonna go back to that this year. Part of the reason for doing it isn't just because of that though, it's because of the limited amount of time to be able to travel around and do that. With 3 days, we're also gonna try to end that first day's meeting at 10:30. So if you look at what's going on Thursday, August 1st, there's refreshments and coffee. I will speak with the assistant superintendent about some goals, instructional goals especially, kind of in line of what I just talked about a little bit a few minutes ago. And then all school board members. One of the things that was difficult about having it in several locations, it's really difficult for school board members to take off. You have to take a full day to go to Newcomb and then Shiprock and another part of the day to go to Kirtland. So hopefully we'll have school board members who would like to address the audience as well. We are not going to do all the years of service recognition, just those with 40+ years, and the rest is going to be done in the buildings. So we will do that a little bit different this year. The CEA president, Mr. Moss, will be speaking for a few minutes. And then our guest speaker will be the president of the Navajo Nation, Dr. Bu Nygren, will speak for however long he feels like he needs to speak. I don't know if folks in the room have heard him speak before, but he's an excellent speaker, and he always has a powerful message, usually delivered in a couple of languages. And so we are fortunate to have him agree to come, because it's impossible. On Friday, again, I think the union really wanted 2 complete free days, and I'm having to apologize here and there to them about we can't afford to not have principals address their staff. So even though we'd like to have 2 full days for classroom preparation, there will be 1 full day on Monday, and then on Friday there'll be at least a half a day, whatever the administrator deems necessary. Some may be able to get everything in the afternoon of the Thursday, and they end up having 2 full days. We want to give the administrators discretion to have enough time with their staffs moving forward, especially those who are new administrators in their buildings, and we do have several of those. And that's it for the 3 days. Again, I would really rather the state hold back on their 180 days and allowed us the option of having 5 days at the beginning of the school year. Then we can do all those things that we really want to do. But so everything seems like it's kind of consolidated, because it is, because there's only 3 days. So questions, comments from the board?
Board members, any questions or comments? I don't
I
have any.
have a question.
Go ahead.
What happened, Dr. Clark?
For this one, since he has spoken previously, we decided to ask Dr. Nygren if he had the availability.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm just asking. I don't, yes, he is a good speaker. Thank you.
And so is Dr. Clark. Thank you for the question.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, to C, letter C, roles and responsibility of school counselors of CCSD by Mr. Deswood.
Good evening, board, guests, Ms. President Haskey, Member Wells, or Secretary Wells, Member Montoya, and then Vice President Aspis and Member So, if they're on. So I was asked to give a presentation on the role and responsibilities of our guidance counselors. So I'll look at the elementary, middle, and high school counselors. So go to the next slide. So elementary counselors, as you can tell, I won't read word for word, but they kind of help with classroom activities, group activities, kind of help with the development of the curriculum, preparation, work with individual students doing individual assessment, advisement, vocational, occupational assessment, some screening. Also consult with parents, teachers. They also do some small group counseling, crisis intervention, referrals, MDTM, SAT, and then parent calls as well. So a lot of that is just supporting like the SAT team, also providing referrals to outside agencies. They also help with balancing class sizes. They help build master schedules. I know when I was a principal, my guidance counselor built the master schedule and then got input to build that, help calculate GPA. They help keep CUME folders current. Of course, attend training on student guidance issues as assigned. I know sometimes your guidance counselor will be in the a SAT member, or also a 504 member. They coordinate orientation on advisement programs for students, parents, and staff. Coordinate and distribute progress reports, report cards during the grading period. Also mediation, right? Crisis intervention, individual and group counseling. We're going to go to the next slide. So that was elementary. Now middle school. Notice how the elementary was a single slide. Middle school and high school are a little bit more comprehensive and expanded in scope. So development and implementation, or implement a school level guidance program focused on physical, social, intellectual, emotional, and vocational growth. So some of this SEL stuff that we talk about, social emotional learning in schools, they help out with that. Also coordinate activities in the guidance and counseling program. Communicating with parents, bringing parents in, seeing where students are, about any services that are available. A lot of times, like with some of our kids went on programs, our guidance counselor will give names to like our gifted people or FFA and keeping them updated on where students are. Also help familiarize staff with any of the services that are available. I know we work with Johns Hopkins as well, so they usually touch base with them and connect to outside agencies. Also present career education. Our guidance counselors helped get kids through the career days up here at Von Wilson this past spring. They also facilitate next plan for 8th grade students to transition into high school. Those are a big I guess benefit for what they do. It was more extensive actually about 5 or 6 years ago, where we had to submit next step plans for the state to evaluate, but that kind of went away. They monitor and counsel students in course selection. They let them know like what career pathways that they might want to look at, especially with career interest surveys. They help with the master schedule for students and staff, organize and facilitate registration. So they'll be coming back on contract here in a week or two, and they'll help with registration when parents and community members want to register their kids. Same with elementary, actually, they help with that as well. They also enroll students throughout the school year. They help with schedule changes. I just said that. Require through parent-student requests and MDT directives. Provide IDEA proficiency testing, bilingual testing. They do help with that. Some of them are actually testing coordinators, site test coordinators. And then we also have some that are regular ed teachers as well, lead teachers. I'll go ahead and go to the next slide. They assist staff and parents with referrals to school and community resources when necessary. I know I've communicated, I'm the district hearing officer. A lot of times, one of the things that I do in a hearing, like for a suspension hearing, is for a guidance counselor to check in with the student to make sure they're transitioning if they were to go to a district alternative education program down in Shiprock to help them transition back into the regular school. Maintain students' CUME records as well, participate professional trainings, and uphold standards of the counseling profession. Work with students to relieve students' educational and personal handicaps, provide individual and group counseling. Again, another theme that was common with the elementary as well. And in fact, in high school, it says when needed, so there'll be a little bit of differentiation there. Of course, mediate as well with conflicts as needed, coordinate with school discipline procedures. Remember earlier I talked about I would bring in a guidance counselor to make sure that a student is getting support as they transition back into the school, assist with at-risk identification, and then of course transition to middle school activities. They usually go down to, the middle school will go down to elementaries and help with that transition, and then they'll also help transition up to the high school, support district and school efforts to keep CCSD safe and secure. So that's middle school. We can go to the next slide, and we're looking at high school counselors, help students become proactive relating to their educational needs. Notice how it's a lot of like one-on-one support, hand-holding, trying to get them to develop that self-efficacy. As they move to middle school, there's a little bit more advocating, and as we get to high school, notice it's helping them be proactive and helping them get ready and to advocate for themselves for their post-secondary pathways. Of course, review transcripts, make sure students are on track. They work really closely to help students who need credit recovery services in the summer. Also, it's interesting, is the New Mexico High School Competency Exam. We don't have that anymore. I pulled this off the job descriptions, which Tanya was like, well, we do need to update those because right now it's a SAT. Also assist with applications to college, vocational schools, or appointment. So they help, we have actually our work-based learning, so they help identify kids who would benefit from one of these programs and help them get the necessary skills they need for maybe a work-based learning program. Again, maintain cumulative academic record, assure semester grades are maintained and required, maintain class rankings, coordinate and manage all state required testing. Again, secure test materials, meet with EPO, exceptional program students, meet with parents, students, and teachers as needed. So they're essentially, sitting down and helping students prepare for what's going to happen after they receive their 24 credits. Also help with registration, collect and review student requests for courses. We go to the last one. Create master schedules and student schedule for the new school year. Review schedule changes and requests as needed. Balance caseloads, making sure that one teacher doesn't have 30 kids and then another teacher has 15, so trying to balance that out. Coordinate and distribute school schedules to parents and or students in the fall. Collect, update student parent demographics. I'm surprised I didn't say up here on next step plans, because that's one thing too that guidance counselors in the high school do, is they help with those next step plans to make sure that we're providing support for our kids as they transition through high school. Review new student enrollment information and make recommendations for testing like ELL. Recruit students for support groups, counsel students as needed, and then of course maintain membership and then help with SAT team. Next slide, and then I stand for questions.
Okay. Board members, any questions, comments?
Questions?
I have.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Vice President Aspis.
Okay, I think last week on Thursday, I think that was a very good example what we saw in the student and the efforts of Dr. Rebecca Benedict, and she expressed it very well, that she got help and she didn't know she was going to be able to graduate, but that's coming from the principal, and I sure hope we can say that about not us, but our students can say that about our counselors as well. Thank you.
Board Member Montoya.
So kind of in lines to what Ms. Aspa said, but looking at the overall picture, Superintendent, the job descriptions for these counselors, is it pretty standard as it's stated here? I know this isn't the absolute, but it's pretty much in line with.
Pretty typical. Yes, sir.
Okay, because quite honestly, in my humble opinion, it's a misnomer, quite frankly. Because when people hear about counselors, and that's what they hear, they don't hear guidance counselors, they hear the last word. And they think about these individuals working with SEL, with the students, paying a lot of attention to that. And certainly with what they're doing and what we just looked at, there's a lot of time. My question is, how much time are they actually spending with the students in providing those kind of services? It seems to me that they're more on the lines of an assistant to the assistant principal for what they do, rather than being able to work with the students that need those kind of helps to assist the teachers in the classrooms. And I know some of that's funding, obviously, but again, in my opinion, to me, that's really where the focus should be with them. And I know there's a lot of ancillaries that need to be taken care of. I get that. However, when we were talking about that, especially when they had the the ISILs, and what their roles were supposed to be, knowing that a lot of those individuals weren't providing those services from what individuals were saying coming out of the buildings, that, and the focus being on SEL today, I mean, how do we transition to that to be able to provide that with these individuals that are in these positions to make it more effectual?
Was that the question part?
Yes.
At the end there? You know, I share your sentiment. And I always kind of have. I was a high school teacher for 12 years, and I kind of lamented the fact that counselors seem to be schedule makers so often. And that was, I don't want to impugn anyone or give anybody a hard time, because that was two different schools in two different situations. But part of the reason is because we just don't have enough of them. And so if we have one counselor, that counselor, their time ends up being spent doing those tasks that you just saw, and they don't have enough time to do. And that, honestly, that's the main reason why the whole SEL, when we had that extra person in the buildings, that's where that came from, was the knowledge and the recognition that, you know what, the counselor's not able to get after so many of those things. There's not enough time to do a lot of those things. Let's get somebody else in there, some support person to be able to do some of those. Obviously, we weren't able to continue that because the funding ran out for that. So we lost those positions. So we're kind of in the same boat. But I mean, I do agree with you, and I would put that to Mr. Deswood and the principals to let's do our best to make sure that they're addressing some of those needs you're talking about. I don't know I believe Ms. Haskey, President Haskey and Vice President Aspas were in Santa Fe with me when we were doing a presentation before I believe it was LASC at that time. And they were talking about a lot of things, but one of the things that came up was counseling. And there were some discussions that got a little bit heated, because what is your counselor supposed to do was the question. Is it guidance? Are they just there to guide, to help them with school? Are they there to be I mean, how many are actual counselors where their degree is on the wall? They have a counseling degree where they can actually do group counseling and individual counseling. I don't think that there was any resolution. It was just basically people lamenting about the situation and saying, you know, why do we burden our counselors with all these tasks when they should be counseling? So I don't disagree with you, but I think we can do the best job we can to make sure that they are freed up to do that counseling of students and not just being schedule makers.
And that's to my point of saying that's a misnomer in respects to what their overall responsibilities are, and not emphasizing the counseling part of it, especially again with the emphasis on SEL. And how do we get them to do that? Is that something that the school district itself can refocus on in utilizing them in that capacity and trying to figure some other ways to equitably spread out those other tasks, as we call them, across the building, or however we can to free them up to let them do their job.
Absolutely. I'm right with you on that.
Ms. Haskell, can I add a comment?
Yes,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
So I know it seems very managerial, but it's mainly managerial at the beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year for middle and high school. Part of it is, like Mr. Carlson said, is trying to get the schedules ready. But after schedules, and it's usually after the first week that high schools and middle schools typically stop accepting schedule changes. But after that, there is more time for guidance counselors to do more of the counseling and meeting with students. But I can get with our counselors to see what percent of their day they do meet with students. But just to clarify, it's mainly beginning, middle, and end of the year. Like it said, they're really trying to get GPAs calculated or getting ready for the next year, helping out with those next step plans. So thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
Superintendent, it might be behoove us to try to actually quantify that amount of time that they're actually providing that counseling to the students for efficiency and effectiveness, and how we utilize that position within the district at every school. No, I get and understand when you get into high school that the shift is a little bit different in respects to helping them plan their future, whether it be in education, vocation, military, however, and that's where the guidance comes in. So I remember even with me going through high school, you go and see the guidance counselor for those types of things, but when you're talking about the elementary or the junior high, when some of those kids really need those services, in respects to SEL, I think really that's where the focus should be. So that would be nice if we would be able to try to quantify that and start keeping record to see exactly how that's done and where we use them.
Excellent suggestion. We'll do that.
I'm in agreement. It wouldn't really be fiscally responsible of us if we continue down that route. I mean, in terms of their position and their skill sets, it doesn't make, to me also, it doesn't make sense to have them doing these other things when they have a specialized skill set to help our students, especially in the area that we are in, and the traumatic events that have occurred since the pandemic. Those things that I think our students need to be supported. On that note, I wanted to know how many are we fully staffed with our guidance counselors or / counselors?
So we are, I think Newcomb High School is the only school right now that is, do we hire?
Is this current middle school hired yet?
Oh, you're right.
We don't have.
It's still posted, so 2. So Newcomb High School and Kirtland Middle School.
And I can answer.
Yeah, we've had to divert resources to Newcomb, and then also Kirtland. I mean, this again is an area where that's hard to fill and to find, and I think the conclusion of that LESC was that the suggestion made to legislature was for them to adjust the criteria to become a school counselor because they were so rigid.
And I also would like to have the referral process, either self-referral or parent referral process, to be easily accessible for them. As much as we think that our students would speak up, I think it would also benefit our students if those things were readily available where we don't have any barriers in terms of that support.
You bet. Just to clarify, Mr. Desert was absolutely correct that it's Kirtland Middle School and Newcomb High School are lacking new counselors. So, and they're working on that. Let's hope to be fully staffed in that area.
If not, if we could set up a plan for that contingency. Great. All right.
May I add something else?
Yes.
I'm glad you said that, President Haskell, because this kind of works directly in line with the community schools in providing those services. I mean, if they're able to identify through the teachers, through the counselors, and the principals to be able to get them services that are needed. And we can work with the surrounding communities to be able to provide those professional services at a higher level, especially when we're talking about the homeless students and the needs there. I think then certainly through the ICO department, being able to utilize those services and help these kids, as many as we can, if they're able to truly focus on what it is they're in those buildings for. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
We will move on to letter D, dissertation presentation by Dr. McGee.
Greetings. I'm Dr. David McGee. I'm just graduated from Liberty University with my PhD. I did a case study in San Juan County I'm kind of proud of. It's titled Pedagogical Disruptive Innovation and Positive Deviance During the COVID-19 Mandatory School Closures. This was a single case study of public school teachers in San Juan County, New Mexico. Next slide. Okay. The problem that I was looking at was whenever you had a disruptive event like closing down schools because of a pandemic event, that it breaks the social norm and it breaks those social constraints. So it was a really challenge. So the purpose of my study was to see what teachers did to mitigate the challenges and what they did to change their teaching practices and to be able to as best possible ensure the success of their kids. Next slide. From a theoretical point of view, I use social exchange theory, and it's an economic exchange. And basically what it does is it says, as long as two actors are in a transaction, as long as they see a value, they remain in the transaction. But if one of the parties doesn't value the transaction, then they'll abandon the transaction. Social exchange theory kind of builds on game theory, and the whole concept of game theory is how do you move your opponent on the chessboard or the game board in order to gain an advantage. Next slide. I contacted 11 public school teachers in San Juan County among the 60 schools that are in the county, and I used pseudonyms to mask the identity of my participants, and I used call signs from my two favorite movies, Top Gun and Top Gun Maverick, and I thought that was pretty novel. Next slide. With my findings, what I did is as I collected the data, I collected 3 data sources. I got the pacing guide, I got a copy of a lesson plan that they did before, during, and after COVID, returning to classroom. And then I had them write a reflective journal on what they did to adapt their pacing guide for remote learning. And then I conducted a personal interview. The concept of my data collection was a triangle. Get a baseline piece of information and then build up. In that collection, I found almost 2,200 unique codes, and then I kind of synthesized them down, and I came up with a total of 584 meaningful codes. And then I took a look at the distribution, and I said, well, anything that had a frequency of 5 or more, I would consider them to be a significant meaning. Anything 4 and below was a supported meaning. Next slide. From that, I generated 3 themes. And what I did is I took a look at unique codes. For example, education, leadership, organization, and technology had 40 unique codes that appeared in the data 976 times. So it kind of gives you an idea how I was trying to build these themes. My second theme was psychology of the understanding, connection, and relationships. And my third theme was pedagogical innovation and adapting to change. Next slide. In qualitative research, they were both kind of qualitative and quantitative research, data points that are observed significantly deviating from the majority of the data, unlike, is kind of a misnomer, so you got to control for that. But in qualitative data, these outliers can provide valuable insights into other areas. And the 2 things that popped up in my data was grandparents and safety. Now, I didn't anticipate these two. What was significant about grandparents is 6 of my participants on their own, independent of each other, talked about grandparents and the influence of grandparents. And then, of course, safety was, I didn't really think it was going to be there, but I didn't think it was going to be there as strongly as it was. Next slide. My interpretations of the findings. The findings kind of reinforce some of my reflective biases, what I understood about that, because I grew up in Bloomfield, New Mexico, even though I live in Northern Virginia now. But there's one thing about San Juan County, it's very unique. It has a cultural uniqueness and a social uniqueness. It's not found anywhere else in the world, and believe me, I've traveled the world. So I thought this would be an interesting takeaway to see what is it about San Juan County that's different from elsewhere. And one of the things I found is that your longevity of your students, of your teachers here, is significantly higher. So you don't have that big of a turnaround. I did do a statistical analysis where of the total years of teaching of the 11 participants was in excess of 260 years, but there was 196 of those years combined that were here in San Juan County. So that was pretty unique. The implication for policy, we've got to do this as part of it. One thing is that the school districts, all 4 of them, it was so disruptive, but what happened is eventually you kind of came together and you started innovating. You said, wait a minute, this just said share the vision, and then this turned it over to the principals and the school teachers to kind of innovate. One of the innovations that, one of the things the school boards did is the pacing guides. They kind of lightened up the rules on the pacing guides, and those teachers took that and then through their own creativity and innovation came up with novel ideas to be able to mitigate this challenge. One of the challenges, though, was 65% of the kids just disappeared during that period if you were remote teaching. And one of the questions I asked after I had collected the data was, have you recovered from those kids, leaving? Have they come back? And unfortunately, some of them haven't. So the question then I was thinking is, well, is it better to just kind of, instead of make up the 2 years that you lost with them, or do you just start now and move forward? And the consensus was, among my participants, was we should just start here and work forward. We recognized it was a disruptive event and we need to kind of move forward. There were 3 recommendations for practices that I found that would probably be helpful in the mitigation strategies. The first one was provide a focused implementation on utilizing flipped and blended learning to leverage student peer collaboration and build a cohort accountability model. Basically what it is use stronger students, pair them up with weaker students, and then have that accountability with the kids, and then a facilitation model with the teachers. And then the teachers could use scaffolding. Scaffolding popped up in my data quite a bit, and scaffolding is basically the concept. This topic may be too difficult, but let's lower the threshold of the topic. It's still the same topic, but instead of say like 10th grade, we're going to go down to 8th grade until the student is able to catch up. One thing about the interpersonal behaviors is, as kids, they try to cope, and the way they cope is what teachers need to be on the alert for. The other thing that, the third thing was, I found to be successful, is that you have virtual learning, but then you have this old distance learning model out there where you just have printed materials, you send it out to the correspondence type classes, so you're using virtual and you're using paper-based to kind of reinforce each other. Next slide. Let's go to the next slide after that one, and the next one. All right, this was my favorite slide in my district. Yeah, one thing about dissertation defense is my original dissertation defense was about 2 hours, so this is like 15 minutes. This is my favorite slide because what I wanted to do was see if there's an objective way to measure disruptive innovation and positive deviance, and I found it. And it came into the data, what I have is, like, I coined this term called the positive deviance magic quadrant. And it's the rate busting section, which you see over here where you, on the upper right-hand corner, rate busting. Because what you have is a outcome, let's see, the outcome reaction versus the behavior reaction. So we have a negative outcome, but a positive behavior. And as I was looking at the data, I realized, wait a minute, there's some behaviors here that are interesting. I call it the San Juan County cynicism level, because we all get cynical when we're thrust out of our comfort zones. And then what happens is we get cynical about it, and then all of a sudden we try to find mitigation strategies to overcome the challenges. Next slide. Future research. The reason why I'm happy to present this to the board is because you were all instrumental in helping me finish my study. And you turned me on to the Navajo Nation Human Resources Review Board. I went out to their website, and they have a spreadsheet there with all of the studies that have been done out on Navajo Nation the last 30 years. And then I took a look at my data and what has already been done, and this is a wide open area for research. And I came up with 3 potential studies, and I did a little bit extra with these. I says, okay, here's the idea of the studies, but here's the proposed methodology to go do the research. So social exchange theories, this should be a case study of cross-cultural, excuse me, cross-social and cultural influences on the Navajo Nation. The more research is needed in this area to account for the didactic, pedagogical, or teaching practices to account for cross-cultural and cultural and social and cross-cultural influences for students in remote communities on the Navajo Nation. One of the things I would have liked to have captured in my data is to talk to some of the teachers out in the real remote areas, and I couldn't because I had to go through the Navajo Nation IRB process, and I didn't have time. Would have loved to do that. The second one is disruptive social learning and the effect of labeling, a humanistic personal agency phenomenological study. And why I think this one would be important is because you guys, out on the Navajo Nation, you have challenges that are unique, that probably can't be found out. Maybe some of the Indian nations in Arizona, you know, the Apaches and the Pima and the Pueblos out there, but you have because the Navajo Nation is the largest nation out there, you have these remote communities with populations of less than 1,000 people, and there needs to be some way to be able to serve that community. And then finally, a positive deviance, disruptive innovation, an exploratory case that takes COVID out of it. See, my study was based upon this constraint of COVID, but what if we took COVID out, took a look at it, but specifically the impact of the clan elders and grandparents in these smaller communities. So that in a nutshell are 3. I actually came up with 10, but I was only required to give them 3, so that's what I did, sorry. And in conclusion, next slide. In conclusion, this was a single case study. The reason for this single case study is I wasn't looking at the phenomenology of it or what people thought about it. What I was interested in is what teachers did to solve the problem, and they did do it. One of the things that came out in the data was the fact that teachers in San Juan County are better prepared now, in the event of something else, to be able to deal with this. So once again, San Juan County was chosen because it was the boundary of my study, because of the uniqueness of the Four Corners area. And when you're from San Juan County or the Four Corners area, and then you move away from it, you don't realize just how unique we really are here. And then, so that in conclusion is the next slide. My favorite slide is to ask if you have any questions.
Questions?
Go ahead.
Appreciate the information. It's kind of almost geeking out about it. It's quite interesting, but there's a very logical and commonsensical approach to what you're talking about. And I say that from the perspective of growing up here in this area. And when you see it, you understand it. But to those from academia, they have to try to delve much, much deeper rather than looking at it from a very common sense perspective. I don't know if you remember the first time you came up and you did the presentation, it was on Zoom, and when you had talked about your creative, the deviance part of it, the positive deviance, I made the comment of calling it creative deviance. And I think we're talking about the same things, because what you're talking about is really not just a matter of, as they would say in the military, adjusting, adapting, and overcoming, but utilizing the resources, especially in the culture that we're surrounded by, the Navajo culture, and the resourcefulness that is intrinsic within that culture to be able to do that. And then you have the multi-layers of the generations that live together and feed off one another, and you have that development of the identity and the culture built into one, and when it's solidified, just as you were saying about the scaffolding, even the scaffolding of the identity, the formation of the identity, and the commitment to the identity, that's even makes it even more solid for, and you've seen that in your data, how these kids are responding that to their grandparents. And that's that solidification of that identity for a lot of these kids, and they carry it with them. But really, again, when you look at it from that very simplistic application of differentiated instruction, people given the ability to utilize the resources around them, then they do, rather than confining them with rules. And I'm not saying there shouldn't be, however, as I've said to people at the state and the national level, here in the state of New Mexico, there's 89 laboratories of innovations, which are the 89 districts. And within each individual districts, there are successful schools. And within those successful schools are successful educators. And that's one area where I tend to have a problem when they talk about having to collect mounds and mounds of data. Go to the teachers and talk to them. I mean, how hard is that? That doesn't take 20 years of research. No. It takes 10 minutes for a leader to open their eyes, walk in that building and say, hey, what are you doing? How are you doing it? And with all due respect, I don't mean to you, but it doesn't take a PhD to figure that out.
It doesn't. I'll be honest with you, when I got to that point, I'm thinking, I can't believe it's this simple.
It is, and I'm not trying to certainly diminish the attempt, because we do need this in order to truly understand. I get that. However, from a very pragmatic standpoint, it's right there looking at us.
Well, you know, I'm glad you said pragmatic, because my worldview is a pragmatist, and I let the evidence sway me. And one of the things that was really encouraging is the fact that those 11 participants, they actually had what I consider a neutral, positive opinion of leadership. And what happened is there was a transformation in leadership where they realized that the top-down bureaucratic approach was not working. But then when you just set the vision and then let the principals and the teachers innovate, they did it. And there's ample evidence in the literature that talks about positive deviance, that within the community lies all the resources necessary to solve any problem. And that clearly showed in the data.
So to that point, you know, we in New Mexico, there's that push nationally about community schools. I flipped it. The communities are the schools. And again, that pragmatic application of utilizing the resources around you to educate these children can be very more powerful, because they have to learn about who they are first and be able to conceptualize that, and then make those correlations when you go outside those boundaries to educate them about the greater region and the national information and education, and then the world education. But they have to learn about themselves first.
Yeah.
So I truly appreciate what you presented to us, and I expect to read it.
Well, I'm more than happy. I think I shared it with my dissertation with
Yeah,
It's on
we
Board Docs.
have it,
Got
we
it.
have it in Board Docs, so I'm gonna go through it.
We just
I
don't have the
appreciate that.
presentation though. If we
Yeah.
could get the presentation? Oh, okay. They're like the Cliff Notes, so I'm gonna look
sorry?
at that too. Your presentation is like the Cliff Notes from your
Okay.
dissertation, so.
Yeah.
I'm
I would share the actual one I used to defend, but it's way too, it's written for pointy-headed academic types, not for normal people like us. I consider us, really when I finished this thing, I didn't feel any different. I was still Dave at the end of the day.
It's again, it's very educational in the way that you've laid it out. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I look forward
Thank
to
you.
reading it also.
All right, appreciate it.
Are there any other questions or comments from board members?
I'm going to say
I
one thing.
have a
I'm
question.
looking for.
Go ahead.
There's several people I've come in contact with, and I would love to, form
There's,
a group to go
Dr.
do research for, because there's a lot of research could be done to be helpful.
Dr. McGee, there's a question.
Sure.
Go ahead, Vice President Aspis.
So listening to your presentation or your dissertation, to me, I look at it more as, and I say this respectfully, as years before, our grandparents were approached by missionaries, and I think the only thing I can agree with is that you're saying our district is unique, and it is, but the sad part is it hasn't really grown, and there was a study done back in the 70s where called the I can't remember it right now. The Kennedy report, and the things in there is, and the sad part of it is that it's still the same environment, same status, and as we've gone about over the past couple of years and traveled and went to different conferences and told our story about what's happening here, especially with the closures of the energy, the big power industries. As we've told our story, people, I have to agree with, Board Member Montoya, people easily think, or easily the thought is, why can't you just move to the city? Why? And that's even been Senator Heinrich's staff with those same questions and answers and responses, and what they don't know is that there's so many differences in the way the Navajo people are. What you, for example, wealth, what you think is wealth to you is not wealth to me or to my grandma down in Burnham area. So, there's all those vast differences, and sometimes it seems like, we don't get anywhere, but and I think it's because we don't respect those aspects of our Navajo people. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments?
I'm going to add
Go ahead.
to Ms. Aspis's, and one of the really important points that she's making too, that kind of personalize it, is my youngest daughter's 24 years old, and about a year after she was born, we planted 2 trees, and they're just really growing. Well, she had recently had the baby's a year old now, and she took her umbilical cord and planted it between the two trees to again solidify that identity of her daughter as a young Navajo woman. And that's to keep her roots there on that land and keep her close to the land and close to home. And to her point of people saying just very blatantly, won't you just get up and move? Well, they don't understand that part of it. That you're in ground to where you are, to the earth that you're on and where you're from. And that's just kind of, again, part of that development of the identity for my granddaughter. So that's where she's going to be.
Yeah. And it's kind of sad to see that, you know, as the more rural areas are forced because of economic reasons to have to leave that. And, you know, I don't know what the answer to that is.
I do. It's very political, but I won't say it now.
Okay. But you agree, you know, see, I graduated in Bloomfield in 1980, and then I joined the Air Force, and I was stationed at Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque for my time I was in the military, and then I got out, and then I moved to Phoenix. I was there for 30 years, and then job reasons, I had to move to Washington, D.C. to work because the nature of my business and my career. And but there isn't a day doesn't go by that I don't think about home, you know, because where my mom and dad are, that's home. And, you know, I've been out in Virginia now for 12 years, and I still have to remind myself I live in Virginia. Are you kidding me? Because my heart is here. So I know what you're talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you, and we will move on to the next item, E, requests for authorization to disposal of property for Transportation Department. By the way, there are cookies in the break room if anybody wants cookies. If you need a snack, there are cookies. The cookies were provided by Miss Simo, so feel free to grab a cookie.
You better check for CBD.
She's not in here. I'll have to ask her when she comes in. So you may begin. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Board President and Secretary Wells and Mr. Carlson, and Board Member or Vice President Aspis and Board Member Montoya. The disposal request that is presented this evening is all these items are no longer in use. They've been replaced or obsolete, are no longer safe to operate, or the cost outweighs the value. So first of all, the flush machine, and forklift, that's like bought in 1999. Tire changing machines, those are pretty old, no longer work. Then we have a couple of what's also listed in there is we had what we used to use as school bus safety. They're little buses that would talk and squirt water and do things. We used to use that for at our preschool or our kindergarten schools in the fall. So those are all old, and we still use a cassette tape, so that's how old they are. So then we have a bunch of REI cameras and Scion cameras that we had purchased for each bus, and the REI cameras are those were our latest ones that we had, but in June we have our entire bus fleet that got new cameras from the security department from NCI, and top of the line cameras to where we no longer have to wait for the bus to come back into the yard so we can go out there and pull the disc and bring it in and download it. That's what these cameras were. They were pretty old. So now we have the capability of watching the cameras live, and then as soon as they come into the yard, there's also a way just by the press of a couple buttons for it to download.
Hold on just a moment.
I
Mr. Montoya?
was going to ask a question, but I think you just answered it. So they can view it live?
Yes.
Okay, good, thank you.
And like I said, and we can, it automatically downloads as soon as we they come return back to the yard also. And we also have like I said, the capability of live. So we will be getting trained on that here in another week or so. So, and then we have some old coolant flush and crushers and stuff. Like I said, these things are all outdated and they have been replaced or they're obsolete. So the last 3 items on the list, there's a Tahoe that is being retired, a Chevy Malibu. Again, those are up in years and in mileage. The cost to repair those would be more than what the vehicle is worth. And then the last item is a 2009 Malibu that was involved in an accident, and the insurance company did a total loss on it. So those are on the disposal list.
Okay, thank you. Board members, any questions, comments? Okay. I thank you.
Thank you.
To item F, request for authorization to dispose of property for IT data department.
Good evening, President Haskey, Vice President Aspas, Secretary Wells, board members, and board member Montoya, and CCSD staff and community members. So we are here, the data department and IT department is asking for your permission to, and a proposal to either public auction and other, which is having the scrap and recycle or trade in some of our devices, basically our Interwrite boards that we have put down from our classrooms a few years ago. And I would like to really shout out our warehouse department who helped us in gathering all those pallets and making sure that we are on compliance with the disposal. And of course, our IT techs who also work hard to put up 21 pallets total. So if you can go ahead, Sharon. So we have a total of 21 pallets, 11 pallets. Pallets 1 to 9 contains 25 Interwrite boards, and pallets 10 is 23, and then the last one is 33 Interwrite boards, with a total of 281 Interwrite boards that needs to be disposed. So if you have any question.
Board members, any questions, comments?
No question.
Okay. Thank you. Letter G, Navajo Nation, Johnson O'Malley, revised bylaws by Ms. Cientes. Is she here?
Hi, Board President. I'm here.
Okay, you can begin.
Okay. Good evening, Board President Haskey, Vice President, and members of the board, Superintendent Carlson, Assistant Superintendent Deswood. I'm here to present the revised bylaws. So for school year 2024-2025, our bylaws are present. There has been a slight change after meeting with the Navajo Nation, Johnson O'Malley, program in the stipend amount for IEC members. And so if you could go down to page 7, it's highlighted. All right, there. Okay, so on Article 7, compensation, Section 1 for meetings from July through June, IEC members shall be entitled to receive a $95 per diem pursuant to the Per Diem and Mileage Act and applicable state regulations. The amount of per diem and mileage paid for attendance at meetings or for other activities which per diem and mileage are allowed shall be maximum amount set forth in the Per Diem and Mileage Act and any applicable state regulations. And that's for all IEC members at any regular meeting, special meeting, and work session. Prior to this revision, members were to receive a 45 rate for meetings less than 4 hours. And so the recommendation from the business office director was that each member can receive up to 95 per meeting. And that is all the revisions that was made and the revisions that we are requesting. I stand for questions.
Board members, do you have any questions or comments?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So the for the regular meetings are that 95 per diem, and in there, does that say anywhere what state, since it's in Arizona, or New Mexico, or, and then also I know the tribe, what was I gonna say? The tribe, on its attendance, I'm just comparing it to Chapter House where they are making it mandatory that in person. And so is this, was that stated if it's in person or can attendance or per diem be paid in somebody online?
Thank you for the question. It's going to be for both in person and online. Prior to this statement, it specifically mentioned attending in person and online, and stated that if members were attending online, they received the $45 stipend, whether in person or online, whereas this statement, it covers the 95 for each meeting, whether it be in person and or online for these 3 specific type of meetings. So members receive just the flat rate. And to address the question about the state, we do follow New Mexico rate first, even though it is a tribal grant, we go with the rate that the state offers first.
Okay, Superintendent Carlson.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we find out for sure and get supporting documents that says exactly what Ms. Fuentes says?
We can do it.
Okay.
Mr. So?
Madam Chairman, members of the board, I believe that work has already been done. And to my knowledge, the district has already received clearance from Navigation as far as compliance of that part. And also, if you read the policy itself, it does state that the district and the IEC shall comply with the requirements of the Mileage Per Diem Act, and all that is specified about what the requirements are in terms of compensation. And about the only other piece I would add, like as far as like an amendment, is on the first sentence for each of the lines is add a S to where it says applicable state regulation. It should be pluralized to S. That's been the only comment. That's for the regular meetings, special meetings, work sessions, and that's it. But I do believe this policy should be done and it's ready to move forward.
Can we make the amendments changes or have that looked at before the recommendations by board members? So run it by. Okay. There aren't any other questions or comments?
Yes,
Go ahead.
Superintendent Carlson.
Go ahead.
So as a board member, I really would like the documents to show exactly what Ms. Fuentes had said. And because I don't want to go back and we're reading one's interpretation, and I want to make sure, well, actually two interpretations with board member So's comment, but I want to make sure, and then as far as are we abiding by New Mexico State or Arizona State? She did say that New Mexico first. I don't know what that means. So to me, it seems like we're abiding by two. But if we can get that, then I don't mind accepting this. And but I do want supporting documents.
I think it's ready for approval.
Okay.
Because the policy is very clear that this IEC, the compensation, even though it's JWM out of Arizona, they still have to comply with state law, and one of the requirements is that this entity still has to comply with the Mileage Per Diem Act, which applies to us. So in that sense, state law does control how compensation is defined within the policy. To me, it's very, very clear. I believe it's ready for approval.
Superintendent Carlson, can you send the documents to Vice President Aspis just for her peace of mind?
Yes.
Send that to her. Thank you. If that's it, any other?
No, just to follow up the support and respects if that is the case, and it's just a matter of her confirming it for her knowledge, and
Yes.
It does clear it. And again, just I agree with Board Member So that it's ready for approval.
Okay. All right, thank you. We will move on to item H, Social and Safety Net Report and Request for Food Pantry and Clothing Closet Donations to continue for school year 2024-2025.
Excuse me.
Yes.
President Haskell, if to go back to that document, maybe when in the future when bylaws are made that we're specific on what state we're talking about, and because we do, for me, I those are laws coming and JOM coming from Arizona, Window Rock, and so I think it'd be good to, in the future, to name specifically. Thank you.
Just for clarification, Navajo Nation covers the 3 states, New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. So they have the jurisdiction for JOM in all 3 states.
Yeah, and it does state that they have to, that at least for the funding, it also has to comply with state law, and part of that compliance is the Mileage Per Diem Act.
Okay.
And the bylaws do make clear reference that the IEC also has to comply with the requirements of the New Mexico Per Diem Mileage Act.
Okay, thank you.
So it's not one, to me, it's not one or the other. It's really these 2 laws working together to complement each other.
Okay. All right, I'm handing over the mic to Dr. Harvey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm Elfrida Harvey, Dr. Elfrida Harvey. I work with the Social and Safety Net Program under the Intercultural Community Outreach Department. And I have my colleague here who will introduce herself real quick.
Good evening, I'm Rachel Brown. I'm the McKinney Mental Liaison and the Cultural Specialist.
So we're going to tag team with the presentation, so it won't take too long. Social and Safety Net it covers 4 programs. We have the McKinney-Vento program, the Food Pantry, Clothing Closet, and Parent and Families Community Program, and then Holistic and Cultural Wellness.
So this slide here covers what McKinney-Vento identifies, is defined by the state, and you all have a copy of this slideshow. Unless you have any questions afterwards, we can go ahead and dive back into the slide.
The next slide, please. This is just a description of it. So this we wanted to share for our fiscal year or school year 23-24, just this year alone. McKinney-Vento information, our student count, we ended with 528 students who were identified as McKinney-Vento qualified, and that's with our internal files. Our other file that we use, the data department usually reports on a 120-day count. That was at 546 count. So they're fairly close. We did not count over the rollovers from last year in this report. Pre-K through 6th, we have 295 students. 7th through 8th grade, we had 76 students. 9th through 12th, 147 students. And then others, like Head Start Daycare, who we are told we have to use or include if they're part of the family that we have with McKinney-Vento is 10. Then total families served, this is just the family unit, is 249 this year. Our demographics were Native American students of the 528 or 92%, close to 93%. Hispanic Latino were at 5%. We didn't have any white, and then others is 4% of our students. And then student referrals from each region. So schools from Newcomb, Nashchiti area were 108 that were referred. Shiprock schools were 254, and then Kirtland, Ojo schools were 166.
So this slide here indicates how we support students with the clothing, meaning gently used clothing, the hygiene items. If they have children that are needing diapers, we have that. We have school supplies. We have the food bags that are given. And I follow up with attendance every Monday if they're not in school. Tutoring if needed. Transportation, I work closely with the liaisons if families need transportation. Referrals to other entities. That's done on a weekly basis. And then the community resources, we do have donors that donate clothing, food items. We do have shelters that we reach out to as well. And then the activity part is where we do the seminars, the presentations as well.
And our next program, the Food Pantry Clothing Closet, we work closely to gather supplies to help stock our shelves in this in the pantry and the closet. So the pantry is meant to be a temporary short-term assistance to students, their families, and then our employees of the district, and in some cases community who can't make it to Farmington or other food pantries or clothing closets. We have non-perishable foods, toiletries. There's a huge list of toiletries that we give out. Gently used clothing is donated. Blankets, sleeping bags, or towels are used. Other supplies is needed. The towels and blankets usually go to the students first, and then the families, and then thereafter. Towels and washcloth, things that they shower with. We do have students who shower at our schools because they don't have running water. So some of our schools work with us to do that. We do work with some of the schools to have the students' clothes washed because they don't have running water. So it's a case by case. So with our pantry, we do accept donations only. Echo Food Bank's been one of our biggest contributors this year. They donate 20 to 30 boxes of food monthly, depending on their supply. Mesa Farms contributes about 20 to 30 bags of food bi-weekly, depending on their supplies too. And then employees, community members who contribute at various times throughout the year. Sometimes we have student clubs or organizations who do food drives, and then they donate to our pantry.
Then local churches sometimes will donate to our pantry too. So that's how we get our food for the pantry. And our parents, family, and community, we connect with different individuals, programs, organizations locally, statewide, and then nationally. Resources and referrals are given to our families, students, those in need, using these resources. Parent, grandparents, guardians, we provide, we work with local resources, again, in our county, in our community, with the Navajo Nation in our county, statewide, and then nationally. That goes along with our community engagement events and activities that we create in order for our families and our students to participate in. And then continuing on our holistic and cultural wellness programming, the same thing. We try to provide opportunities for our students and families to participate in. We have social emotional training, webinars, of subscriptions that we have for them, workshops for students, parents, CCSD staff are invited. Usually it's open to everybody. We're partnering with internal or external stakeholders to provide support services to who we serve. And then we also have a wellness team that we work with our district that helps to develop and implement wellness initiatives, usually with HR. And then partnerships, these are the ones that are key partners we have right now. Save the Children, they usually contribute books, backpacks, supplies, toys, and then when supplies available. The Navajo Strong organization usually contribute quarterly depending on their supplies again. Then Bags of Love, they contribute quarterly. These are bags for homeless students, so they're pre-packed. They're really big duffel bags full of things that students, we just give the bag to them if they need it. Shiprock Christian Church contributes quarterly also. And Kiwanis Club is once a year in the fall, closed for kids. We go shopping with them at Target. They usually give us about $100 per student. Last year we served about 80 students this last year. And then Codes for Kids, it's once a year also, usually in the fall to winter season. And we served, I think, 180 students this year. That's K through middle school. And then Heart of America is a new partnership that we're developing and strengthening that program, our partnership. The biggest project we did with them was a solar project. We served 22 families this year, with 10 more families on a list for the fall semester coming up. And they, those 22 families receive solar energy so that they could have electricity at their home for our students. And then employees and community members contribute at various times throughout the year. And these are just a few of the events that we held. We have a winter cultural wellness series, so every month, twice a month, starting this fall into next summer. We have presentations available in person or online, both in Navajo and in Spanish. We have a winter warmth event that's annually. That's just a picture of what we did last year. It was about 20 organizations that came together to do that. Restoring Celebrating Family Wellness Conference, we did that in the winter. That's going to be this year again in December. It's an annual event. We partner with 15 to 20 organizations to put it together. We held it at our A gym this year. Next one. Collaboration projects, these are the big ones. We just got done with our DEA Family Summit. Again, we had about 10, 12 organizations that came together to put on this family summit built around substance abuse, alcoholism, just safety topics. It was really well received. They do want to come back next year. I'm thinking they're wanting to do this as an annual event. They were very appreciative of CCSD's involvement and support of the summit. Heart of America, again, we worked with Solve Energy, Cal Poly Tech, the ACOM solar project is what we completed with the 22 families. Cal Poly students were the ones who came down and did the installs for us. So it was about 20 of them. And then Solve Energy is going to be hopefully partnering with us with some STEM projects with our students. So we're in talks and negotiation with them
right now to help extend that into our Johnson O'Malley program. Parent and Youth Caregiver Conference happened this past spring. We had a really good turnout for this conference. We partnered with several organizations to host this. It was our second annual. We're going to do a fall one for youth, and then we'll go back to the spring one for the family. And then also, in addition to this, we did receive our grant award from Kellogg organization for $300,000. We were awarded for 2 years, so $150,000 for year one, which we're in now, and then another $150,000 for year two, which is all going to go to these kinds of projects and cultural wellness events for our students and our families. And our ask is that the board approve for us to continue to receive donations to our food pantry and clothing closet, and then to continue our partnerships that we're building with different people.
Okay.
And we'll continually report to you guys quarterly.
Okay, great. Any questions or comments?
Big thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have
Yes, go
some
ahead.
questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, hold on. So this breakout session that we attended, or I attended on the last week, they based their numbers mainly on the school year of 21, 22. And so it being 24 is probably a little bit more. And he talked about the American Rescue Plan. On how much do you know offhand? How much is left in that?
ARPA funding were awarded before, right when COVID was starting. There was ARPA 1, 2, and then the third one. We've expended all of that, well, most of it. They did a carryover. What they did this year was, this is the third year of that funding for our district, and I did the closeout report this year. So we reapplied for the McKinney-Vento funding under Title I. It's a subgrant. But the ARPA funding is not going to continue anymore. So what they did was they combined the last 3 years of carryover funds, and they redistributed the carryover funds this year for all 3 of those funding sources. So right now, one was like 4,600, when second one was like 500 and something. The third one is, I think, a little over 1,000. So those 2 of them have been approved through our financial department, so we're already ready to spend that. We have to spend these 3 carryover funds by September. So we are already getting started with that. So the third one, we have yet to get notice from whether or not it's ready to be spent, but those are the ARPA funds, I think that you're referring to. So those are going to be spent by September.
Okay, so it sounds like the presenter kept talking about emergency shelter grant, and any ideas on that?
The state did put out notice for some grants that the people can apply for, and I believe some of those have closed unless they extended the closing dates. That might be one of those.
Yeah, I couldn't exactly remember when he was talking about that, but I thought it was the same as the EHCY, but that's
that is part of it. So one is the ARPA funding, American Rescue Plan -EHCY, EHCY grant, and that was the one that's going to be closing this September. That's one of them.
Okay, yeah, and he was just telling us that also to ask about if numbers are kept or information data is kept on students that have been suspended or that have left school, and what their status was as far as homelessness, and if they're if they're counted. And he said that he said that information was really important too.
So we work with attendance as far as students are concerned throughout the year. If they, Rachel just had mentioned she checks every Monday for attendance if students have missed more than 3 days. If we're told that they're absent and their McKinney-Vento identified, then we do a follow-up with them. And then if they drop out of school or they move or transfer to another school, then we won't know that unless we're told. But I'm gonna let Rachel talk to that because she works closely with them, attendance.
So regard your question, if they transfer out of our school district in the demographics of Power School, it will transfer to their school with them. And the DART program can go ahead and agree with me on that, because I do speak with Mr. B and ask him questions. And if they just completely drop out, within the demographics of CCSD, it'll still show up when I pull up their demographics. If they transferred out or if they just didn't come back to school, it'll still show up on their demographics until they are completely just transferred out, withdrew, or whatever the case may be. But if they go to a different school, that information will transfer with them as well.
So whether or not they let us know which school they transfer to, that is where I don't believe we have a tracking system in place. So unless they self-identify telling us that they're gonna leave our district or go to another school. So we have no way of tracking them unless they let us know. Unless we have, I don't know if we have a system in place. I think Data might know if they have a requesting system in place. Like if they go to another school and they ask for transcripts or information from us, or if that's keyed in at all, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, maybe board member Montoya may know some additional what the presenter had talked about as far as data and on that on suspension or kids that have left. I can't even recall what, but maybe he has more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Letter I, Utilities Comparison Report, June 2024, by Ms. Allison.
Good evening, board members, President Hosky, Vice President Aspes, board members, Mr. Superintendent. So I'm presenting the financial reports for the finance department. My name is Herbie Ellison and I'm the finance coordinator. The first one is gonna be the utilities report, and the report is by fund and school years. Sharon, if you can go to the last page. So we ended the school year 23-24, total utilities at $6,021,066. Any questions on this report?
Board members, are there any questions or comments?
It went by too fast.
It has it broken down.
So my question, just offhand, have we gotten anything from Impact Aid?
Since the last board report from July, no. And we haven't received anything here in the month of July. We will see a payment until perhaps October. Impact Aid pays out until after the federal budget is set.
This is not in regards to utilities, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is just the utilities expenditure report, so it's all payments that have been made to different vendors. Sharon, there's another report that has the vendors.
It just
So,
has the
yeah, so this one is same information provided by vendor and dollar amount, as well as account code, whether it's gonna be the operational or, we use different funds to pay for the utilities, so we have the, what was the 11,000 operational, the 15,100 operational, 12,000. So we use different funds to pay for the utilities. So this report here that Sharon is going through is just for the month of June. The previous report is for the whole fiscal year.
So clarification, it says utilities June 2023, June 2024?
Yes.
Is that just in comparison for the month of June?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions or comments, board members? Okay. You may continue.
Okay, the next report, it'll be the last one, Sharon. The summary. Go back to the previous tab. No, the other, the main menu. And then back out one. Yep, that one there. And then it should be the summary, right there. Up. Right there. No, down. There you go. Yeah, that one. So this is the summary report. This is gonna be summarizing all of the other reports that are on that item.
Okay, board member Aspis, Vice President Aspis, we've moved on to J, accounts payable disbursements, right? Am I correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so for the month of June, under disbursement listings for accounts payable from the operational account, we have a payment, total payments equaling $6,500,190, and the year-to-date is $57,473,048 for operational. For activities account, for the month of June, for the month of June, it was $84,372, and year-to-date is $449,998. Number 2, outstanding check listings. For the month of June, operational is $1,808,174. Year-to-date is $1,841,716, and then activities is $1,473. Year-to-date, $4,051. Item 3, expenditure reports. For funds 11,000 to 23,000. Total amount is 8.8 million. Year to date is 47.2 million, with impact aid operational at 2.1 for the month, and then 2.1 year to date. For Fund 5, 15,200 ad valorem, we didn't have any payments for the month, and we didn't have any payments for the year as well. Grant funds, 24,000 to 31,500. Total dollar amount is 5.7 million, 34 million, or 34.5 million on expenditures. And then for the impact aid sped portion, it's $225,079 for the month. For the year is $896,744. And then impact aid Indian Ed, total amount for the month is $43,950. For the year is $5.4 million. JOM, $24,046 for the month, $485,000 for the year. Carl Perkins, $22,822, $100,836 for the year. And Carl Perkins redistribution is nothing for the month of June, $9,556 for the year. Capital outlay total for the month is $14,624,445. For the year is $97,019,493. Of that amount, impact aid cash construction is $105,820, same amount for the year. On to item 4, revenue reports. For the 11,000 to 23,000 funds, total revenue for the month is 7.5 million. For the year is 103 million. Impact aid, it was 292,957. For the year, 28,866,000. Ad valorem for the month was 153,000. For the year, 364,000. Moving on, grant funds, 24,000 to 31,500. Total revenue is 8.9 million. 38 million for the year. Impact aid sped received was 50,655. For the year, 793,000. Impact aid didn't have anything for the month of June. Total received for the year was 6.1 million. JOM, no payments received in June. Total for the year is 601,241. Carl Perkins, no payments received. Total for the year, $88,339. Carl Perkins redistribution, nothing received for the month of June. Total for the year is $12,490. Capital outlay revenue received for the month of June, 2.7 million. Total 11.4 million. Total for impact aid received for Fund 31500, 578,000 for the year. And then all of the supporting detail are on the reports that are attached to this board item. If you want to go back out, Sharon, to the main menu again. So all of the reports, the details are in all these other reports, but this is the summary.
Okay, any questions, board members? Any comments? Okay.
And this is for Jay.
Yes, for letter J.
Okay. There was a notice that was brought to our attention regarding to me, it could potentially be an audit finding. This probably requires more research on the part of the administration, but it was brought to our attention that one of our vendors had a license that was suspended the effective date was June 20th. And after looking at the records, it still seems like the suspension is still in effect. So I'm just curious if the district has paid out any funds to that particular vendor.
So we follow what we call the SAM.gov. We verify the vendors through the SAM.gov. And we haven't heard anything about that. And then the vendors are also required to self-report if that happens. So we can look into that. If you want to give us the name, if you want to send it to Mr. Carlson, and we can look into it. But yeah, we follow.
Yeah, because the last thing I want is for a district to incur audit funding.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's correct.
So they're required to self-report, is that correct?
Yep, they're required to self-report, or when we first issue the purchase order to them, we go through a process of verifying that information on sam.gov. That's the website that we use.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments, board members? Before we move on to, yes, go ahead.
A question, what is sam.gov?
It is it is a website. I don't even. We get a. We have to. Actually have our own profile on sam.gov. It's like a vendor number that we have to get from the state. I'm sorry, from the federal. It's a federal website, and we have to provide our information, and we also have to go provide our like our audit information as well, so that when we apply for funding, for grant funding, the grant organization can also look up our information on that website. So it's I can relate it to something like I guess maybe CES, a cooperative website where we can look up each other's information as vendors. And we have to renew our profile every year.
Okay, if there aren't any other questions or comments, we'll move on to letter K, budget adjustment requests and journal entries.
Yeah, and just so you know, on that vendor report, it's on page 56 of 159. And that's for the, what's it called, the operational distribution by vendor.
Are you on item K?
Yeah, the last one.
Can we get Sharon to put that up?
Sharon? No?
No, I'll just flag it offline.
Okay, he's gonna flag it offline. Okay, go ahead, Miss.
Okay, bar adjustment requests.
Yes.
We have 4 bars that we're presenting for approval tonight. The first one is Fund 15100. It's transferring within the same function 1000. And we're transferring from the 4000 function to the 1000 function to cover expenses for the year. So it's not an increase or a decrease. We're just maintaining the budget and transferring within the function. Then 224M, the same transferring within the 2000 group. There's no increase or decrease. The dollar amount zeroes out, and we're just maintaining the budget. Number 3, 225M, And this is a maintenance bar in the 11,000 fund. And then the last one, a transfer bar, moving to the 3,300 function. Again, not an increase or decrease, we're just moving around funding or moving around budget.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So on like item 3, for example, Herbie, you're saying that it's neither a decrease or increase.
Yes, that's
So
right.
you have operational, and that's only to maintain the budget.
Yes, so you'll see on there, it has a negative 400,000, but it has a positive 400,000, so it offsets each other. So we're moving it from that 2,100 to the 2,400.
To maintain a budget to where a budget that's already overspent.
Yes, so where with the PED, we have to have a positive dollar amount within all of the 2,000 function groups. So that's what we were working on for year-end reporting, is to make sure that the 2,000 groups were still in the positive. And so that's that function group, the second column.
Okay, to maintain a budget that's already overspent but shows positive.
Yes, we had worked on, at the last board meeting, Carol had shared that we were transferring expenditures from the 11,000 fund to the 15,100 fund, and so that we could stay within the limits of that 11,000 bucket. So we moved, in order to reduce the budget, we moved expenditures from the 11,000 fund over to the 15,100 fund. But at the same time, we also have to, at the fund level, within that 11,000 group, we're having to make sure that we are in the positive at each function level.
Are there any other questions?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
No.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we will be moving on to number 7, executive session. A, convene an executive session, discussion on real estate matters on Newcomb. What?
Miss 5.
Oh, sorry, I jumped up ahead. Okay, all right, I skipped 2 numbers. Okay, number 5, review consent items, see below, and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. A, possible item removed from consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we vote to approve this consent agenda.
If I could add, I just want to make sure that before we approve that, we, at least with that item, that we have the administration conduct further research into the suspension of the licensure of one of our vendors. That way we cover ourselves.
Okay. Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yes.
Board
With-
Member So?
With consideration to Mr. Soves.
And if it's factually true, then payments need to be disallowed from
Okay.
the date the suspension was effective.
Board Member So, how do you vote?
With that, I will vote yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Vice President Aspis? And I vote yes.
I'm unclear of what we're doing.
We're voting for the consent, to approve this consent agenda.
Okay, so the what was coming out of Matt's mouth?
He, he said to approve the consent agenda with the provision that we further investigate the issue with the vendor.
Okay, yeah, and I thought that's what I heard. Then we're voting, and so I was just wondering what exactly are we just voting that all in together, or
Yes.
Yes,
It
to
was
approve everything
motioned.
with the further research to be conducted regarding the suspension of a license of one of the district's vendors.
yeah? But wouldn't that be separate? I mean, we're going into executive session.
No, it's not.
It's approving the agenda with that exception.
With the further,
that addition.
We already
Clarification.
approved the agenda.
yes, but it's approving or consenting to those items with the caveat that there has to be further research on the vendor. Verification.
And that's regarding the payment of bills.
I'm just wondering, usually when we go into executive session, we're voting only to go in.
We
to
haven't gotten
executive-
there. I'm sorry, Vice President
Oh,
Aspas.
okay.
I jumped up
Okay.
ahead 2 numbers.
Okay, all right, that explains it. Okay, yes.
Okay,
My vote's
thank you.
yes.
Did you get that, Sharon? Okay, sorry. I messed things up, so I'm guilty of that. So now we went through the consent agenda. Now, number 7, executive session. Am I correct?
Clear as mud.
Is
Sharon?
that clear? All right. I jumped up ahead. A, convene in executive session, discussion on real estate matters on Newcomb project update as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1 H8 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
I so move.
Second.
And vote, Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member So?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Vice President Aspas?
Yes.
And I vote yes. We will now convene in executive session.
I'm glad she pulled the bid back. That was the right thing to do.
I didn't hear Mr. Sarver.
Had to put on my glasses first. Okay. B, reconvene in open session stated that the board has discussed in executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion on real estate matters on Newcomb project update as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1H8 of New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
I'll second.
Take a vote. Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Board Member So?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
Vice President Aspis?
Yes.
And I vote yes to reconvene. C, possible action item on matters discussed in executive session. Were there any action items? No, there was no action items. So we move on to number 8, request action items and or reports for next meeting. Possible items for next meeting. Board members?
Could I ask the administration to examine what sort of policy changes are needed to try to streamline some of the items that are kind of like routine matters, such as our unique trip request for students and fundraising requests? Because to me, it seems like we spend a lot of time on those trip requests when, if there's like a threshold that the administration can approve it, I think that should be considered. That way we're not so much caught up with a lot of stuff.
You mean
like a policy change. Yeah, like for donations, unique trip requests, if those can be handled administratively, with maybe like a report given to the board.
A certain amount threshold you're talking about?
Yeah.
So that have to be presented as possible policy change.
Yes.
What the policy is and then the consideration.
Okay. Then, any other? Okay.
Other than the one that I gave him that he's gonna put on there.
Nurses.
Nurses. Okay. Secretary Wells? Okay. Vice President Aspis?
Yeah, earlier I asked about the McKinney-Vento, the presenter, if we could get some type of presentation, maybe a special meeting just for that, and I mean that's a huge item in our district right now, and so I think having a special meeting on something like that, I think it would be good for all of us, including Matt. So I know we all know there's some things I don't know, and but I think with what he had to offer was really good. And I had another item. I was trying to remember, and before anything, I don't like the idea of streamlining things just to shorten meetings. I think some of the things discussed in the breakout sessions, one thing it kept coming back to is to know your community, know your audience, and to me, I think we have people out there that want to know those things, and it's good to see who's doing what, and then also the feedback from that. I can't remember I can't remember the other item. There was one more item, but if we can just think um, about that, with that McKinney-Vento. Either way, whether it be a board presentation or a special would be good.
Okay. And Superintendent, I'd like to add our policies to be looked at in regards to Title IX requirements, and with the update changes that are going to be effective on August 1st, and also the Senate Bill 137, to make sure that our policies are going to reflect those changes, because that policy went into effect on July 1st. So to make sure we're adhering to those policies, the new policies, I want to make sure that our policies reflect that, because there's some things that are applicable to the superintendent, and then things that are applicable to us as board members. So I like to make sure that we are consistent with the policies, and that most likely we will have to update our policies to reflect that. And I think that is about it. So plus deltas number 9, Board Member Montoya.
I have none.
Board Member So.
It was a faster meeting.
Secretary Wells. Okay. Vice President Aspis.
Yes.
Did you have any plus or deltas?
If I go on the deltas, it's gonna be Matt So hour. No, the pluses, I really liked hearing the updates from McKinney-Vento, and I think that's good that we get updated on the meetings each month, so that we know where our students are at, and if we need to respond, say as a board, in support of her and our superintendent, to get things rolling or do something on behalf of the students. And so I think that was a good plus. And thank you.
Okay. I would be in agreement. That was really good information. Plus, and I'm very appreciative that all the board members were present at the board meeting today. So, and superintendent. So, thank you, and our audience. I know we were full here, so much appreciation. Delta, we were hot a little bit for just a little bit, but we're okay now. So number 10, adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Who was that?
So
do that one again.
I assume that Delta is now called a Matzo.
Board Member Montoya, how do you vote?
Yeah, sure.
Board Member So.
Yes.
Secretary Wells.
Absolutely.
Vice President Aspis.
That's just his name. He wasn't Hojon. Yes.
Point of order.
And I vote yes. Thank you, everybody. Be safe.